Hello, hello. Hello, Danger Needles. I am sorry I am so late. I have my reasons. First was the heat advisory, so I delayed it to 9 o'clock. Then why did I stream at 9:30? Well, that's easy. A goddamn fucking storm decided to come by. And fuck up electricity. So I had to wait. So anyways, how's everyone in chat? There's a storm coming to get to. Well, I may be part British, but I don't live in Britain. I'm sorry. I could miss such a streams. Can't wait for tomorrow. Ah. You being American, I am Canadian. It's searing hot in here. Yeah. It was very hot here, too. It was like 105 degrees Fahrenheit for a good majority of the day. CPs have you read, by the way? A lot. But sending chill vibes to all who need it. By the way, you can't hear an AC or anything, because I have it blasting at 64 degrees Fahrenheit. Because of fucking how hot it is outside. Chirophobic, but insular is nice. Ah, that's fair. Have you read the locations of interest hub page? Some of it. Like, I mean, I know the organizations, but I haven't read everything they have in their own, you know, uh, own groups of interest SCPs and stuff like that. But anyways, before I jump into the big heavy hitters, like the two big heavy hitters, one is SCP-012, big huge story hub apparently that it has, and the two-parter of what's its number? SCP-5243. We're gonna read. What the fuck? How is Trollface blocked? Anyways. Yeah, and I'm gonna read the first set of poems that were created before the ones that I read previously. It was made by the same writer. Yeah, I don't know NX-01. I said I knew some, but not all. But anyways, um, so yeah. So first, I'm gonna now read the first set of very, very short poems. Is everyone ready? Alright, then I shall begin. Into that good night. 086. The office of Dr. Redacted. There's no way I should be free. My class is safe, I don't concur. There's much more that I could be. Perhaps I'm treated too nicely. More danger I could be, I'm sure. There's no way I should be free. Between these 8 pieces of me, pencils, staples, water cooler, there's much more that I could be. I think you're all fools, truthfully. Why can't things be the way they were? There is no way I should be free. Of course, I cannot speak my plea. Am I mad? What would you infer? There is much more than that I could be. What if I rebelled, made you see? Indeed, more research it would spur. There's no way I should be free. There's much more that I could be. And now it's the first one. Like I said, the poems are short. But yeah, yes. Anyways, on to the second one. 091 Nostalgia. When was the time we last did meet? For you remain despite the years. Nostalgia so soft and sweet. Your presence was hardly discreet. And sighs and smiles and laughs and cheers. When was the time we last did meet? Those days spent in quiet retreat, never in sadness nor in fears. Nostalgia so soft and sweet. The journeys down forgotten streets, time spent with family and peers. When was the time we last did meet? No more will I these loved ones greet. I'll dry my eyes and wipe my tears. Nostalgia so soft and sweet. With you here now the scene's complete. These memories I've held so dear. When was the time we last did meet? Nostalgia so soft and sweet. And now is number 2. I'm already really liking these. Yep. Anyways, the third one. 121 Concrete Cradle. You carried us as we dreamed deep, protected us within the sky. Concrete cradle rock us to sleep.
The the flight is brief, the fall is steep. We're given new life when you die. You carried us as we dreamed deep. Yet there's no reason to weep. We never really say goodbye. Concrete cradle, rock us to sleep. We grow, draw from your remains heap. Thank you for the life you supply. You carried us as we dreamed deep. Where you anew able to leap, consume and think, no longer rely. Concrete cradle, rock us to sleep. Lives to tend, existence to keep. We roam and thrive and watch you fly. You carried us as we dreamed deep. Concrete cradle, rock us to sleep.
And now it's the third one. Give me a moment while I drink something. Alright, on to number 4.
134, star-eyed child. Your gaze holds a dark infinity. These galaxies of softened lights. O star-eyed child, what will I see? A universe in eyes empty, where mystery drifts and dreams unite. Your gaze holds dark infinity. Draw me away, reveal to me the journey of 1,000 nights. O star-eyed child, what will I see? Guide me towards eternity, faraway worlds where flames ignite. Your gaze holds dark infinity. There's much left to learn from these three.
Wait, hold on. Let me redo that.
There's much left to learn from thee. Please lead me through these cosmic sights. O star-eyed child, what will I see? The stars within shine peacefully, away from strife and hidden frights. Your dark gaze holds dark infinity. O star-eyed child, what will I see?
I almost fucked up the poem. But anyways, that was number 4. Alright, on to number 5.
469, many-winged angel. Bright angel of the endless wings, intent simple to misconstrue. Are we to know whose wrath you bring? Are you alive? Are you sleeping? Perhaps I dare to speak with you, bright angel of the endless wings. The horror of your toxic scene deems you a monster through and through. Are you to know whose wrath you bring? Despite our plans to life you cling, do you hold us in scornful view? Bright angel of the endless wings. There are no hymns that you will sing. Through heaven's sky you never flew. Are we to know whose wrath you bring? Why must you wake at bells ringing? When will your strength cease to renew? Bright angel of the endless wings, are we to know whose wrath you bring?
And that's number 5. Okay, hold on. I know this is a bad word, but I want to make sure I'm saying this word correctly. Otherwise, the poem's gonna be bad. And well, not bad. Poem's gonna be bad. Me reading it's gonna be bad. That's zucchini, right? That's how you say zucchini. Yep. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen zucchini spelled. I've heard it, but I've never seen it spelled. How are you gonna read? I was gonna read it as zucchini, but I've never actually read the word before. I just wanted to make sure that it was actually zucchini and not some other word. Anyways,
506. Instant growing plants. Zucchini growing with such speed. Blight of soil, of plant, of skin. What would you do if you were freed? Predator produce worse than weed. Scattering the wind with your skin. Zucchini growing with such speed. Growing, draining, paying no heed. As you crush the life, hush the den. What'd you do if you were freed? Could the earth ever meet your need? A sorry state we would be in. Zucchini growing with such speed. Chaos asleep in each small seed, with growth and death concealed within. What would you do if you were freed? So continue on, nurse your greed. Remind us of your own kind sin. Zucchini growing with such speed. What would you do if you were freed?
and now it's poem number 6. Okay, okay. I'm gonna reread this, but I need to read. I need to read the nickname for the SCP is the author because it is funny as shit. Now this is the author of the SCP, not the author of the poem. But um, the nickname of the SCP is the Youth Cult, and the poem is for the author of that SCP, Goodwill. I just started thinking of the business Goodwill. What a second I saw that. Oh, it's a charity. At least I heard. I mean, kinda, I guess. Because you donate stuff for free that they sell. Maybe? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Anyways, let's actually get on to reading its poem. Well, it used to be a charity. Anyways, 776. The Youth Cult. Do they think youth is worth such strife?
What terror dwells within this place? Why must they cycle death for life? Their kin born and brought to the knife. Does fright or greed drive this disgrace? Do they think youth is worth such strife? What meaning is there in this vice? This fear of age and endless chase? Why must I cycle death for life? Raising children for sacrifice, deceit and lies in each embrace. Do they think youth is worth such strife? Our souls cut by the sharpened knife, the dark nature behind this chase. Why must they cycle death for life? No sanctity for man and wife. They soon forget their own child's face. Do they think youth is worth such strife? Why must they cycle death for life?
Alright, so that's the seventh poem. So yeah. on to the on to the eighth poem.
Mm. 10:45. Candle of life. Tortured souls behind flamelit screen. What makes this sight sparks this turn? Is this unjust? Is this obscene? Fire unholy, face left unseen. Must you grieve for what you yearn? Tortured souls behind flamelit screen. Not monster, not deadly machine. Should we even grant you concern? Is this unjust or this obscene? Unlit and dark, it is serene. With each flame, agony returns. Tortured souls behind flamelit screen. I watch and wonder what it means. We know it's human flesh we burn. Is this unjust? Is this obscene? The flames and walls, what writhes between? From within your anguish, what could we learn? Tortured souls behind flamelit screen. Is this unjust? Is this obscene?
And that was number 8. I Okay then. Hmm. How should I read this next poem? Because it's all in caps. I'm not gonna yell. Maybe because I don't really feel like yelling. Alright.
(1171) Humans go home. I let them know who's boss, that's all. I guess they can't help what they are. Why do they keep coming to call? I hate their guts, their skin, their squall. Their company is so subpar. I let them know who's boss, that's all. I talk to them, I lie, I stall. These humans are just too bizarre. Why do they keep coming to call? The world's not theirs to overhaul. One of these days they'll go too far.
I let them know who's boss, that's all. How did they even make such call? They'll take our jobs, lower the bar. Why do they keep coming to call? Someday they'll see, one day they'll fall. They can't keep being what they are. I just know who's boss, that's all. Why do they keep coming to call? Yeah, sorry for getting close to the mic. I didn't really feel like yelling. That was number 9. Anyways, uh, 1217 an Office Complex. Do you mind how I speak with you? It's quite dull here with such few friends. Why wouldn't you let me play too? I really don't like them, it's true. I use them as my mood attends. Do you mind how I speak with you? They don't complain, they won't argue. As their blood spills and their flesh rends, why wouldn't you let me play too? Please stop this, we implore of you. As painfully we meet our ends, do you care how we speak with you? It's boring here, I wish you knew. It matters not the time one spends. Why wouldn't you let me play too? Yes, the numbers of their deaths grew. Should I try making amends? Do you mind how I speak with you? Why wouldn't you let me play too? And that's number 10. Fair plus, a bit late to be yelling. Don't let the neighbors think of playing. Yeah, just all of a sudden, and they would just hear me just shouting, why? Shouting, like, why are these humans calling me? How dare they? It would actually be pretty funny. But, anyways. The next poem. 1231. The Theoretical Family. Theoretical and nothing more. I understand. See past the lies. They weren't always pictures of gore. For science' sake, why not explore? We'll search and learn and realize. Theoretical and nothing more. Pain is all relative, I'm sure. Why should we try to sympathize? They weren't always pictures of gore. Nothing in our deeds to abhor. We'll test and watch horrors arise. Theoretical and nothing more. To contain, protect, thus we swore. Should we react with such surprise? They weren't always pictures of gore. We've certainly done worse before, and yet I cannot meet their eyes. Theoretical and nothing more. They weren't always pictures of gore. Now that's it of that poem. Which is number 11. Now for 12. Yep. Anyways. 1440. The Old Man from Nowhere. I seek the all and wonder why I live amidst the world's decay. I must still search and yearn to die. My only constant is goodbye. There's no place for me to stay. I seek the all and wonder why. Was my triumph naught but a lie? Though over death
I did hold sway. I must still search and yearn to die. The cup, the cards, the sack, I sigh. How could I waste them all away? I seek the all and wonder why. I cannot falter, cannot cry. I travel on, travel as I may. I must still search and yearn to die. I've seen too much through despair's eye, as all I love crumbles away. I seek all and wonder why. I must still search and yearn to die.
That was a really sad one. Alright, let me take a sip of my drink. Ah, shit. Okay, so this is a name, but I have no idea how the fuck to say it. It comes up a lot. How do I say that for this poem? I need to know for the 13th poem. Is that even a real person? It looks like a name in Latin, yeah. Ah. You forgot about that. Anyways. One of you I found has it sound like ETS. ETS. Gotcha. See, ETS. Got it. Alright. Then. 1510. The Tarnished Legionnaire. Perhaps you'll find your peace someday. An ending to your endless flight. Till then, ETS, sleep away. Somehow you've kept your fear at bay. Throughout the void and empty night. Perhaps you'll find your peace someday. You vow to learn why death will stay. Soon unravel this curse of spite. Till then, ETS, sleep away. We've offered to search for a way to understand and end your plight. Perhaps you'll find your peace someday. Triumph in life, to curse decay. One day you'll see with your own sight. Till then, ETS, sleep away. Dream on, soldier, do not dismay. You've fallen far, we'll lend you our might. Perhaps you'll find your peace someday. Till then, ETS, sleep away. Wait, it has a cooldown? I didn't give it a cooldown. I might have given it that then. number 13. Also, hi, Derna. Alright, next poem.
1599 Broken Spybot. Why would they try to abandon me? Did I commit some poor action? I'm not worthless. I could not be. My mission stands, soon I'll be free. I still exist, I still function. Would they try to abandon me? I'll manipulate, try to flee. I'll use a garrote, load a gun. I'm not worthless, I could not be. Signal lost is all I see. Was there something wrong that I've done? Will they try to abandon me? I'll escape soon, definitely. My logs process, my systems run. I'm not worthless, I could not be. I can still work, I will, they'll see. No need to worry, no need, none. But they tried to abandon me. I'm not worthless, I could not be.
And now is the 14th poem. That was depressing. Then not all poems are happy. Anyways. Wait, hold on. Which number am I on? 1, 2, 3, 14. 15. I'm sorry. 15th poem.
1673 Friendly Graveyard. We promise you that we don't bite. You're always welcome here, dear friend. Of course, we'll let you stay tonight. We are just bones, but that's alright. We've always got a hand to lend. We promise you that we don't bite. We'll fix your clothes, set your shoes right. Courtesy is simple to extend. Of course, we'll let you stay tonight. We'll always keep you in our sight. To your needs, we'll quickly attend. We promise you that we don't bite. You want to leave now, you just might. Why would you want your stay to end? Of course, we'll let you stay tonight. You'll stay after all, that's alright. For now, you will oh wait, hold on. For now, to you we'll tend. We promise you that we don't bite. Of course, we'll let you stay tonight.
Sorry, I had a brain fart on third, the last line. But yeah, that was the 15th poem. Anyways, on to number 16. Number 16.
1802 Skip. Skip was your gecko friend annoyed. Yet with your antics perhaps you'll teach us the treasure, simple joys. Collecting junk you do enjoy, categorizing by some rule. Skip was your gecko friend annoyed. Who provide you trash decoys. The foundation is cold, not cruel. Teach us the treasure's simple joys. What could you meant to destroy? You're far less fierce than you are full. Skip was your gecko friend annoyed. Someday, for good, you'll be employed. For you are more than just a tool. Teach us to treasure simple joys. What makes you collect junk and toys? Say, by this task, I become cool. Skip was your gecko friend annoyed. Teach us to treasure simple joys.
Just one more. It's the very last one. It's probably gonna be my favorite in this collection. But anyways, that was number 16. Now for final one, number 17. Oh my gosh, the final part of it is written in white on a white page. Oh my god. That's gonna be fun. Anyways, on to the final poem. Unknown number dash J. Procrastinati. There's other stuff I'd rather do than write about a rock and rhyme. I'll write this line and later too. It's problematic, true. I think I'll add in the word lime. There's other stuff I'd rather do. Some other writing needs review. Did I turn off the stove in time? I'll write this line in later too. I have to find my other shoe and find more words that rhyme with I'm. There's other stuff I'd rather do. Some line goes here and that rhymes with do. I'll write this line some other time. I'll write this line in later too. What to expect, effects not new. I think there's something off and there's other stuff I'd rather do. I'll write this line in later too. And that's the final poem. It's the poem about the procrastination rock. Okay. Okay, I am very thankful for on the Mount Golgotha hub. It's basically a ginormous story thing for SCP-012 that they actually put the storyline, like exactly what order you're supposed to read the stories in. They make the full story. I'm very thankful for that. Wait a minute, why is one of the stories connected to this SCP called Bigger Than Jesus? But anyways, Wait, what? Really? I thought SCP-012 was Keter. Oh, well, it might have been a Keter. Because it was last edited, um, March 20th, 2024. So it probably got changed from Keter to Euclid. But anyways, I'll read a brief description of what SCP-012 is. That way, you'll know, you'll understand throughout the story. Description: SCP-012 was retrieved by archaeologist K.M. Sandoval during the excavation of a northern Italian tomb destroyed in a recent storm. The object, a piece of handwritten musical score entitled On Mount Golgotha, part of a larger set of sheet music, appears to be incomplete. The red-black ink, first thought to be some form of berry or natural dye ink, was later found to be human blood from multiple subjects. The first personnel to locate the sheet had two members descend into insanity, attempting to use their own blood to finish the composition, ultimately resulting in massive blood loss and internal trauma. Following initial investigations, multiple test subjects were allowed access to the score. In every case, the subjects mutilated themselves in order to use their own blood to finish the piece, resulting in subsequent symptoms of psychosis and massive trauma. These subjects who managed to finish a second section of the piece immediately commit suicide, declaring the piece to be impossible to complete. Attempts to perform the music have resulted in a disagreeable cacophony, with each instrumental part having no correlation or harmony with the other instruments. Yep. Alright. Okay, I'll stretch. I'm stretching. So, does everyone understand SCP-012? I'm still wondering why there's this story bigger than Jesus is connected to 0 and 2. I really want to know. Kinda. Okay. Isn't Mount Golgotha a mountain associated with Jesus? Is it? I can't remember if it is. Yes, but anyways, are we ready to begin this 012 hub story things? It's where Jesus was crucified. Oh. Oh, Calvary is another name for it, apparently. Ah. Now, before I get to the stories, it does have a poem. This poem, though, at the very beginning, before it goes to the stories, that put it all together. Anyways, on Mount Golgotha,
I was born with music inside me. Music was one of my parts. Like my ribs, my kidneys, my liver, my heart. Like my blood.
Alright. Alright. And that was the little poem. We ready to hit the stories now? Apparently, I think it looks like that poem was a bit of the translation in 0 and 2, it looks like. Well, actually, wait, hold on. Give me a moment, Danger Noodles. I want to see if I can do something. Because if I can get this to work, it would be pretty fucking awesome. Oh shit! I can get it to work. Alright, so give me a moment. I still gotta add a bit more. Can I do here? I can't. Hold on, no. That's not gonna work. Give me a moment, Danger Noodles. There we go. Now you get to stare at SCP-0 and 2 as I read the storyline. Ain't that gonna be great? That's great. Let's get going.
Warning. Do not follow the Great Dr. Bright on Twitch. Worst mistake imaginable. I repeat, do not follow the Great Dr. Bright on Twitch.
Oh my god.
The manifold of our local universe also possesses points and/or boundaries of informational discontinuity. These discontinuities are not to be confused with embedded pocket universes, i.e. a black hole's interior, nor regions of non-existence, nor extreme antimetic influence, nor local breakdown of conventional physics, nor hazardous nomenclative influence. All such regions can still be referenced, however circuitously, within the manifold of Nexus OO.
Oh, Nurakia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, text-to-speech works. Sorry, your follow got, like, covered by 0 and 2. 1 2. I'm sorry. 0 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 2. 1 But anyways, let me just open the first part of the prelude to 012. Oh, God. Why? Why is there so many Latin names? Okay, wait, hold on. Oh, wait, no, these aren't Latin names, they're Greek. Oh, wait, I know some of these names. The only thing I don't know how to say is the name of the story. Because Greek is right next door to ancient Israel. Greece. Fucking name in a language not a really, not a region. Yes, I don't know how to say the name of the first prelude story. I could use some assistance. Because I don't speak Greek. I only speak English. Empedocles. Empedocles. Okay. At least what I saw on Google. Got it. Alright. Empedocles. Hippocrates. I have heard about your research into composition of man. Your methods are impeccable, and I commend you not focusing on the realms of gods, but on nature itself to determine the course of the disease. I have told your method of taking a draught of blood and allowing it to settle without clotting, to cause the four humors to form. Having a surfeit of blood myself, I performed the experiment and in fact did witness the split into the red blood, white phlegm, and yellow and black bile. The fact that it is then connected back to the elements of the world, air, water, fire, and earth, demonstrate how man is a world unto itself. But here is where I found something further in my own fluids. Perhaps you have not found this humor. I say this because there are not four elements but five, as seen in the mysteries of Pythagoras' pentagram. Asclepius himself had 5 daughters, and so there must indeed be a fifth humor. I know not what this fifth fluid I found is, but know that the fifth element is the void, the space between stars and the element that conveys light. You will find the fifth humor when you see the space between the stars. Empedocles. Socrates. We have not had opportunity before to speak.
but I must commend you and speak with you, demigod to demigod. You might claim you are no demigod, but I have been speaking with a close traveling companion who assures me it is the case. You are one of 5 great men to walk this earth, proclaiming to make sense of what we perceive and conceive. The other 4 in far-off lands are here to chase out gods and bring wisdom. My companion has shown me the joyous flow of life of the 24th, the storm's calm center of an enlightened prince, the bright embrace of action and inaction by Lai and the solid statesmanship of the great Kong. It has proven that your influence will be more diaphanous still, floating weightlessly like starlight through the hearts and minds of all men. It must be this way, for when the time for an idea comes, the idea comes. Time is relentless, at once both epochal, marking history by delay and interval, changing moment to moment. May we embrace the changes necessary to prevent stasis from gaining hold. Embrace the teachings of the 4 you will never meet, and know you are yet that 5th. Empedocles. Euripides, it warms my heart to see your tetralogy do so well. Weep not for the play you lost in creating them. Philocrates and Dictys were moving to the core, and we can all laugh miraculously with Thursday, but it is Medea that stands out the most. Fear not that her killing of her sons caused everyone to recoil in horror. It will play far after any of us have passed. I am fortunate that my traveling companion brought my eyes and ears to Athens to feast upon the spectacle. One thing I must offer: fear not your belief in passion. Fear far too often the people turn to the gods to explain themselves, but as a strict physician and naturalist, I am well aware the gods die in 3s, but stars rise in 5s. That Medea kills her blood. Hold on, sorry. That Medea kills her brood is only the natural way. If we ever fully embrace love or embrace strife, we will see the world end, and it will by an order as everything crystallizes into a single moment, or by chaos as all falls apart. All decays to nothingness. Life exists only in the balance, and sometimes the drastic must be done. Empedocles. Anaxagoras, your views on atomism, aggression, and disruption have been crucial in my development of the balance between love and strife that our universe depends on. For that, I thank you, and yet I feel I must inform you of the greatest of Pythagorean secrets. Yes, with the pentagram, there is necessary reverence in the number 5. However, the secret is this: just as there is another sense behind our ears, in addition to our 5 we cannot perceive, just as there's another digit, invisible and intangible, on each of our hands, there is another number between 1 and 5. It is not a 6th number. as that would be 6, but a hidden number impossible to count. What this means is that the 5 elements of the universe are insufficient to explain it. But there is another, one without substance. It is only now, as the world pushes away from superstition from gods and finds solace in the thoughts of man, that this new element, this element of the uncountable number, can be found. My traveling companion tells me that this is time, the only item that even allows for the possibility of change. It is through time and aggression and disruption, have any mean, that holds the universe between freezing and stasis and blown like scattered dust to irrelevance. The world is thinking in unison. Aggression is dominant. I fear the state of love and the end of all time comes soon. Empedocles. Pausanias, my great love, it pains me to write to you. You have always studied so willingly at my feet, taking care of me as I age, and know that you will continue my work when I am no longer here. I love you more than anything. The world approaches consensus, is killing gods with abandon and replacing them with thoughts. Pythagorean tuning theory has grown, and the world beneath our feet hums in harmonics as the sun reaches a crescendo. Far to the north, past the sea, and impassable mountains, far into barbaric lands, stands a temple to this harmony, this love. It is as magnificent as any temple, even more so, and timeless in its nature, a tribute to Alakanda. You must never go there. It is there I must travel with my companion, and still strife upon the world, ensure that all time does not freeze, as one moment, not now, not yet. Wait for me, Pausanias. Your tears and cries will help feed the starving maw of disruption the world so desperately craves. Empedocles. These letters have been dated back to approximately 430 BC and are held in the Foundation's non-anomalous records archive. Note that despite their non-anomalous nature, they have been classified as top secret at level 4 access. Research into what they refer is ongoing. Of note is that Empedocles is believed to have ended his life by throwing himself into Mount Etna in 430 BC. Pausanias, his Eromenos, reported finding a single bronze sandal of Empedocles tossed from Mount Etna. He has also mentioned that the volcano smoked heavily for days afterward. And as in the part 1 of 3 of the prelude of this storyline, gee, what, we have invisible digit on each of our hands? Check hands. Oh my god.
So, we ready to hear part 2 of 3? Alright.
Prelude. Prime Forme. His throat rumbled with song as he laid a bleeding finger on the strings of the lyre, surveying the crowd's state since the echoes of his last notes. The scene was chaotic. Buildings were burning, corpses were starting to decay, and a crowd lay before him on the ground and attempted to tend to each other's wounds. It was ecstasy. He studied the score on the ground before looking back up. He plucked the first string, and the rest followed suit. Conflicting harmonies rang through the air as he continued to play, humming along with the frail semblance of a temple he just constructed. The audience suddenly resumed their dance as they moved against their will. Servants and philosophers alike begged for mercy, to be released and to go free. He heard their requests as the notes gradually lost their tune and meaning. For a brief second, the thought of stopping flashed in his head. He didn't care. As the city continued to burn around them, a spirit entered him. His fingers came to a halt and music came to life. The crowd had started to shift and turn. Cords dragged themselves out from under the dirt. Keys formed husks out of urine, and melodies buzzed through the air as they observed possible prey. Everyone had stopped dancing to watch it unfold, staring agape at the wonders before them. Minutes hung in the air. Flames popped and crackled. The man observed the stillness around them, as if waiting for permission to move. His eyes moved to the score still on the ground, looking back up at him. It was waiting for its conductor to resume. After a moment's hesitation, he put his lyre down on the ground and snapped his fingers as he complied with his wishes. The music descended onto the crowd. Servants were scorched, their flesh turned to a crisp. Philosophers were sliced open, entrails spilling into the ashes. Children jabbed their nails into the dirt as they were forcibly dragged into the cracks of the ground. The pit was complete anarchy, and all involved were singing beautiful heavenly notes. The lyre had started to play itself, and the music it produced was that which he had so desired to play as everything burned. Regrettably, he thought to himself, none would remain to capture in detail this wondrous scene. Everything would be burned and whittled away, and the only remains would be ash. Nero understood this, and knew he had no more to accomplish with the performance. He picked up the score. Blood trickled onto it, and satisfaction filled him. He flipped the score over and found just enough empty space. Foreign ideas and thoughts rustled in his head, and inspiration burrowed itself in him. There was still more for him to do. The symphony continued to play as he began diligently composing.
Okay. I know this is just seems like some weird philosopher shit. Alright. So, Nero? I guess Roman Emperor Nero. It. I guess. Now, score is clickable to see what it is, and I clicked it. It's SCP-012. Narrow. Sorry. I always heard his name pronounced as Nero. Ah. Well, shit. Yeah, so when it says he picked up the score, I clicked it, and it's SCP-012. Meaning, does that mean that that Roman emperor created this fucked up anomaly? Is this its origin? I guess we'll find out in part 3 with the prelude, because there's still one left. But I'm starting to think this is its origin. Yeah. What does everyone else think so far of the storyline? Also, I want to make sure because this name is relevant to the final part. Because I was looking at words I might not know. That's Constantine, right? Pretty sure, yeah. Okay. Yeah, there is another word that many people think I wouldn't know how to say. But I call my grandmother this because I couldn't hear. So. Constantine, but in a different language. I don't know which one it is now. Ah. So yeah, there is another word in here that I do know how to say. Because I call my grandmother it. Because I couldn't hear at an early age. So yeah, anyways, let's get on with everyone ready for the final part? Oh no. So apparently that is a form named Bulgarian, Russian, and Serbian. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, I need a synonym for something. Because I don't think I can say this. If I remember correctly, I'm not allowed to say this. Am I correct? Okay, I need a synonym that is there eventually. Romani. Okay. Thank you. Because I don't want to just go outright, outright say it and then be cancelled. Alright. Just make sure there's nothing else bad in here. Just double checking. Especially since I saw that. And nope. Alright. Everyone ready for part 3? It isn't a synonym. That is their people's name. Oh, okay. Alright. Got it. Did I just see what I thought I saw in chat? Right. I didn't say it. I didn't say it, Chew. I was asking for something else to say instead of that. Jesus Christ, Chew. I didn't want to say that word. I didn't do it bad. Jesus. She truly didn't. I'm messing around, relax. Okay. See, that's the thing. I can never tell with you. It's just. I give you a hard time. That isn't new. This isn't. Yeah. Anyways, on to the final part of the prelude to 012. Bloodlines. The barbed knife ripped through the girl's throat. Her body slumped to the cold flagged stones, her dark hair settling on a pool of blood before her. Reflections writhed on the slick crimson surface as the chill mountain winds pulled and twisted at the flames of the courtyard torches. The old woman made herself watch as the girl died. Then she raised her eyes to the man holding the blade. The soldier had left. 30 of her kin lay dead. She and this man were the only living things that remained in this castle. On this mountain, an old woman, a bloodied warrior, and the knife.
Get up, Baba.
The man said roughly. He took her arm and pulled her to her feet. He spoke her language, she realized with a start. He had used another tongue with the soldiers, harsh to her ears, but through all the killing, he had been silent. His movements have been ritual, but deft and inefficient. Beyond her horror, she could even see a beauty in them. The thought made her sick. The man turned her to face him, still gripping her wrist.
Look at me, Baba. Do you know me?
She saw his coal black hair and olive skin, his lithe figure stripped to the waist and smeared with drying blood. She looked into his dark eyes burning. The terror pulling in her dark stomach grew deeper and thicker. She broke her gaze. The rumors say you are called the Dragon's Son, she said, voice low. Alright, I'll be back to continue the story. I have to go to the bathroom bad. I'll be right back. I'm sorry about that. By the way, Chew, I saw that thing the entire time. I decided not to chat. So I know you guys were misbehaving. No, we would never do that. I saw everything, you little shits. Anyways, I'm gonna continue where I left off.
The warrior inclined his head in acknowledgement. I have a test for you, grandmother. The diminutive was laced with casual contempt. She had expected death, another body amid the slaughter. The idea that he would spare her, the eldest of her family, felt cruel and mocking. Her jaw tensed as her fear mingled with new emotions, hatred and confusion, and underneath it all, a small but defiant hope. If he felt that tension in her, that hope, the man did not show it. He dropped her wrist. Leave this place. He continued. Go and tell your people what you have seen tonight. They will respect your words. Tell them I am real. Tell all the Romani that Wallachia has a new prince, and that they shall serve me or bleed. She looked at the scarlet fingerprints he had left on her wrist, and her anger flared.
The Roma do not serve. We have no princes.
She said fiercely. But the warrior laughed at her. Do you think you are the first to say that? I have broken warriors and slaved cities. I have traveled here with 50 men, and I will rule Wallachia within a year. I shall carve up Moldavia and Transylvania like roasting lambs. The Ottomans will fear me and fall before me. You Romani are nothing.
Yet the Roma will not serve.
It was the stubbornness of long years crowding out her dread. Then I will show you the cost, the warrior said. He reached toward her face faster than she could react, and she felt his fingers rub blood, still wet, still warm, across her eyelids. The world spun and her eyes opened on a rust-colored nightmare. She was looking down on an army encampment, which grew even closer. The moon's light was garnet and ruby, the shadows black. She fell near to the soldiers, spying their turbans and small turbans and.
Alright, hold on, I gotta reread this sentence. But, I know it's a weapon, like some type of sword, but I don't know how to say it. scimitars. Okay, thank you, thank you.
She fell nearer to the soldiers, spying their turbans and scimitars. Suddenly, tents across the camp were ablaze, sending men and horses into a panic. As the fires roared, dark figures raced between them, slaughtering the confused soldiers. At their head, the warrior's face was lit by flames and bloody moonlight. Then the vision was gone, and she was walking through a dense forest, the light still red. She felt pulled forward inexorably as she squeezed through the mass of tall, bare trunks. A drop of liquid on her shoulder drew her gaze upward to the corpses hanging over her. There were no trees. She was in a forest of stakes, a thicket of the impaled men, women, children, hundreds of bodies, thousands. She could see no end to them. They hung slack from the poles driven through them. From every angle, sharpened points protruding from mouths, necks, limbs, and bellies. The sheer weight of them looming above staggered her, but she kept walking, drawn forward despite herself. Blood dripped steadily from above her as her weakened legs led her up a small rise. She emerged from the forests of the dead into a clearing and saw the warrior. He was standing at the crest of the hill, a young girl in white on a stone slab before him. From all directions, streams of blood were flowing up the hill towards him, gathering in a pool at his feet. The stakes stretched around in every direction, death as far as she could see. The warrior leaned down and grasped at the girl, and as he bit into her neck, his eyes flicked up and met the old woman's. And then she was back in the courtyard in the cold night. The warrior looked at her imperiously.
Damn here,
she cursed.
blood demon.
She pulled a wooden crucifix from her belt and thrust it towards him, her other hand fumbling in her pockets. The warrior spread his hands wide. As she advanced, he stepped cautiously backwards, stopping with his feet in a pool of blood. She hesitated, and again he laughed. A swift gesture from the warrior, and a crucifix snapped in her hand, the arms of the crosspiece falling to the flagstones. The Christ figure had been twisted and distended, with the stripe of the cross now impaling it from the groin to crown. The old woman dropped the defiled cross. In any case, it had been merely a distraction. Her other hand emerged from her skirt with a mix of preserved leaves, which she blew towards the warrior, suspended in the air. They swirled thicker and faster, enveloping the man in a disorienting cloud of debris. He ducked downward, stumbled over, but the miniature whirlwind moved with him, cutting off sight and sound. The woman fell back, looking for an escape. Even as she retreated, she saw the blood rise from the ground. A wave of it soaked the leaves and washed them to the ground. The warrior rose, striding forward. Blood hung in the air, in sheets behind him, like great red wings.
Her witch.
He snarled.
Do you think your dirt magic can touch a host lord of the Deva?
He waved a hand, and she could not move. He closed the gap between them, swinging the knife. The flat of the blade caressed her cheek as it passed her head. Then it was still poised in his hand, the point towards her face. The warrior continued.
Our empire stretches from Kalmar to the Siberian waste. I am the spearhead. Through me, the Deva shall conquer west and east, onwards without limit. You and your people are ashes before the wind of our coming.
He brought the dagger slowly in, pushing nearer. Her throat thickened, but she could not scream. Her world narrowed to the size of the knife, to the size of the point. Still it came closer. She felt the tip resting on the surface of her eye.
You cannot choose, but serve,
The man said, his voice grown quiet.
only the manner of your service is within your power. Tell your people they'll be slaves or they will be cattle.
The knife stopped. She could not blink. The point on her eyeball was worse than pain. Every nerve in her body was focused on the pressure, knowing it not to increase, imagining that it had. The Deva Lord leaned in close to her motionless head and whispered,
That girl, the last I killed, she was your granddaughter, yes. I could taste it in her. Think on her before you answer. Think on her sister, on all of your family.
Her realization was abrupt. She had one last desperate hope. She pulled at her memories for scraps of forbidden knowledge that only long years of training with her own grandmother had taught her to resist. Suddenly she released the hold that was on her. She wrenched her head away from the knife, and he smiled and threw it high. The old woman gathered herself, turning back to the warrior.
The Roma do not serve.
She spat at his feet. His swiftness was beautiful and savage. One hand grabbed her arms, the other plucked the dagger from the air. Blood sprayed from her wrist and as the barbs tore them open. Her hands hung limp in pain, and shock overtook her. The Deva's hand was a vice on her arms.
I will not make this quick for you,
He said, and bent to drink from her severed veins. As she stood dying, the old woman gave a keening wail. For her daughter, for her daughter's daughter, for all of her kin. Her voice wavered into a thin, wordless tune, discordant as the crows that roosted in the castle towers. She had only sung for a short time before the warrior cut her throat. But it was long enough. When Constantine, Janissary of His Imperial Majesty Mehmet II, climbed with his guards the 1,000 steps to Poneri Citadel, he did not believe the stories they told in Cebu, but the grisly scene in the courtyard was beyond his ability to explain. Close to 100 bodies, dead for at least a month, but untouched by wolves or carrion birds. Some hung upside down from the walls, their throats slashed open like butchered pigs. Others lay in piles, naked and pallid, their skin ribboned by hundreds of deep cuts, as if to bleed them from every scrap of flesh. Many of the corpses appeared to be Romani. The rest were no people known to the Ottoman Empire. Wild-haired and tattooed with devilish-looking weapons, oddly undrawn, but even this was not what had daunted him. Almost every surface of the courtyard was painted with blood. The recent rains had streaked it into ineligibility, but it must have been monumental, perhaps a mural or notion in a language with which Constantine was not familiar. But it was impossible, unthinkable. For what great work would all these people bleed? As he passed another heap of corpses, Constantine spied a lone figure slumped against the far wall. A pool of blood had clearly dried beneath the body, but the wall next to it was the only clean surface in the entire courtyard. Constantine, walking closer, saw a man with olive skin and a fighter's build. The warrior's face was smudged with faded red, with deep scratches down each side from sharpened fingernails, the man's own nails. Constantine could see the blood beneath them. His eyes were opened in a fervid stare at that last blank piece of stone. His left arm was covered in wounds. The tip of one finger cut off, the palm of the hand slashed across. The left wrist was almost severed by a single deep cut. It was pressed against the edge of an empty wall in a final faltering smear, and his right hand still gripped the barbed knife. Constantine climbed back down 1,000 steps, his thoughts troubled, but as he descended, the soft Transylvania rains returned. The tide of history ebbed, and his memories of the Deva were washed away. By the time he reached the valley floor, he had forgotten his purpose there, and he once again felt sanguine. Riding away, he began to sing softly to himself.
And that's it. And it's Romani. Kieran. Yeah, that's interesting stuff, Kieran. I don't know why they said Romani. Well, because we sense it, we use Romani because it was a censored word. Because Kieran, it didn't say Romani in the story, because this was created a long time ago. It said a different word. Yeah, it said that she said, got it. Yeah. Yeah. So to carry last night, my friends sing so much, but Notre Dame, I mean, before you sing the cheat word. Yeah. So, okay. So that's the prelude, which I guess is telling the origin of SCP-012. Which, holy shit, SCP-012 has a really fucked up origin. Oh yeah, Kieran, if you're wondering what's 012, it's what's to my left. Or, well, my left, I'm looking at my computer. I guess it'll be my right on screen? But yeah. Yeah, and if you don't know what that's written in, that's human blood. Yeah, but, okay. To quickly explain who the Devas or the Deviites are, um, um, how do I explain it? Uh, oh, I know. I know. Alright, alright. Think, uh, uh, the European colonists, what they did in Africa, but worse. That's the Devas. Or Daviites, whichever you choose. I can't go into too much detail because it gets really bad with them. They're really fucked people. Yes, anyways. Now we're on to the first suit. I don't know what that... Does that, like... okay. Okay, I'm kind of confused what it means by first suit, because it goes from prelude, first suit, differs testament, then second suit. Does, like... What would that mean for... What does that mean for first suit? And my chat goes silent. I have no idea. Okay. Are you ready to continue on to the beginning of the first suit? Then? From it looks like it may be taking part with the Foundation, because I'm seeing D-Class in here. So, I'm guessing it's more towards the present. Oh my god. I cannot show those pictures on screen. For those wondering, there's pictures of... There's actual pictures, photographed pictures of mutilated corpses. Probably from some war. Oh my goodness. The reason why I can't show it on screen is, they're naked. They naked. Authors, be serious. Rip. Yeah. Otherwise, it would have been fine. It's just the very fact they naked. I can't. But anyways. Alright, let's begin. The Journal of K.M. Sandoval. Alright, if you could please step up towards the object, says the stone-faced researcher. A lone man in the room takes 2 tentative steps towards the box on the pedestal. Wary of what is to come, a sharp click sounds through the room, echoing off the cold walls. Open the safe, if you will. Inside is a pile of papers, neatly organized, and a large box of pens. The paper calls to him like nothing before. Without any hesitation, a man pulls the paper from the confines, spreading it on the floor so that he may continue this masterpiece. The righteous one emerged from beneath the stone, crying out for justice. The visions are overwhelming, taking over all his senses. The man is not aware of the notes he is writing on the page, their meaning lost, but the divine purpose resonating with each beat. The sun blackens and the moon becomes red as blood, before they fall out completely as the sky peels back like an old scroll and stars fall while pure souls ascend. The notes are coming from his hand much easier now, while the visions continue to dance around him. Old mountains crumble while old continents sink into the depths of the sea. From their ashes rise new land forms, as perfect and untainted as Eden. The strongest of the faithful retreat to the new caves and call upon the rocks to seal them in. D-1875. Stop writing. But he can't, not even if he wanted to. The visions are too overwhelming. Even after tranquilizer dart has hit him in the head. He fights as long as he can to keep writing, to perfect this masterpiece, until he finally collapses from exhaustion. They're getting harder to stop, mutters a researcher, watching the unconscious D-class be taken from the room. So what does that tell you? Asked Dr. Ferguson, her supervisor. Something's changed. They haven't added a new sheet in over a year, though 7 tests have been run in that time, and they're fighting the tranquilizers for much longer. She says, looking through her notes. Then what are they doing? Refining the piece, adding new notes, some really extra stuff. I don't know. I was never good at music. Bottom line is that they haven't added new pages. They're still working as hard as they would if they had been adding new pages. So what would you do if you were in my position? I'd start testing. I believe the piece may be close to completion. What would you make you say that? Yes. I don't know, sir. Think about it for a while, he says before reaching the observation, leaving the research room.
The young researcher's logs into the database from her Foundation-issued laptop with a plan. Her fingers fly over the keys while her eyes dart around the screen, looking for where she left off in her research. Most of the videos are uneventful aside from the grotesque test run back in 1973, which ran until the subject passed out from blood loss. This resulted in all testing with SCP-012 being suspended until 3 years ago, when Dr. Ferrison's request to resume testing was approved on the grounds of seeing if an object's compulsive effect could be exhausted. Looking back 2 years, the average number of pages added during tests was around 15, with 2D class managing to pull together a whopping 45 in an hour-and-a-half long test run barely over a year ago. Then all of a sudden it just stopped. No new pages have been added since, but the test did become more frenzied, with more blood loss noted.
This doesn't make sense.
She mutters while traveling farther back into SCP-012's history at the Foundation. She tries everything she can think of to track what could possibly changed, but nothing comes to her. She sighs in defeat, looking at her laptop screen one more time.
Having trouble, Emma?
Asks her supervisor.
Yeah.
She says, I take it all this mess in your notes on 012?
Bingo.
Impressive. So what do you know about it?
Well, these papers graph the average number of pages added over 3 tests, and the ones you're holding are the transcripts of the last 4 tests run where new pages were added, and I think I have...
She begins rambling. We already have all of these done in the viewing chamber. You said you think the piece is nearing completion. Why? He asks while dropping pages in the recycling bin.
I still don't know.
She says, looking at the nearly full recycling bin and the piles of paper still littering the room.
So what have you done? I looked at everything, the statistics, the transcripts, everything. We've written about it since it came to the Foundation.
Why did you cut off there? He asked.
Does anything before even matter?
It does if you want to know about the nature of the object, he says, looking around the room before walking out without saying another word. She sighs and looks back at her laptop, clearly not done with her research yet. The documents leave her more confused than before, and she's ready to give up.
Just one more. One more, then you're done.
She says to herself, taking a sip of her coffee. One last document, the journal of K.M. Sandoval, the man who found SCP-012 way back in 1996. 1966. November 8th, 1966.
It is difficult to describe the devastation here. The birthplace of the Renaissance, the Athens of the Middle Ages, all in utter ruin from the overflowing banks of the Arno River on 4th of November. If the walls of water and mud that coursed through the city, fouling all in its path, weren't enough, heating oil from 1,000 underground tanks ruptured under the onslaught and spilled their contents into the deluge. It is this slurry that broke the museums, libraries, and churches like an army of barbarians, destroying countless artifacts, masterpieces, and manuscripts.
Power remains cut off from most of the city, and even hospital generators have failed. It is our duty to serve the heritage for mankind that rests here: mud, water, oil, mold. The threats are great, and the churches remain scattered throughout the city. The National Central Library on the banks of the Arno suffered terribly. I cannot imagine how many thousands of medieval works have been destroyed by the calamity. I, for one, will seek whatever can be salvaged from the Bolicia of Santa Cruz. Not only does it contain many treasures, but underneath lie the tombs of so many of Italy's great men. Who knows what kind of devastation the flood has wrought upon these giants' internal response. November 9th, 1966. They are calling us the Mud Angels. We are trickling in from around the world, trying to save the masterpieces throughout Florence. It is still mostly Italians that are here, but Frenchmen, Germans, British, even a few fellow Americans have arrived. The more arrive each day. We are staying with locals, and despite the stress, we must speak to our host. They house us graciously. Power is yet to be restored. The street lights are unlit. City officials assure us that the phones will work again in a week. Staying in my room are two other Americans, Anderson and Spitzer. They arrived together and worked together back in the States. They say that they're going to clear out the National Library, see what tests can be salvaged. They've already offered to help me clear out Santa Cruz if and when they have the chance. The streets are so dark, the moon wanes rapidly, and the stars are so faint. A great person could die on a night like this and no one would notice. More popular than Jesus. Could someone really think that music will always serve the Creator? November 10th, 1966. The water reached 4.5 meters inside the Bolicia of Santa Cruz. That's 16 feet. A full story and a half of oily water rushed into the church. The altar was shattered. Michelangelo's sarcophagus was submerged. Donatello's tomb took significant damage. The waters have receded, but mud and debris still covered the floor. And the water loosened and shifted the stones beneath our feet. Even the grand crucifix was defaced by the flood. I helped other workers pull out the crucifix, take it outside to dry out. While in the back by the altar, I noticed a disc of marble that has been dislodged. It looks like the mud descended into a hole. Tombs are littered throughout old European churches like this, more than anyone who ever remembers. I have to see whether there's anything left down there. I keep feeling tempted to go back at night when no one's looking, but Florence is so dark at night. No electricity, no street lights, and the mud is so black. November 11th, 1966. I did it. I could no longer wait. Anderson and Spitzer were complaining about some quarto that was exceptionally fouled by the mud and discussing new methods of drying out and removing mud from tests. It was quite heated, and I stepped outside to clear my head. Walking the abandoned streets, my wanderings took me back to Santa Croce. The night could not be more dark. It was the night of the new moon, and only source of light was the stars far away. Even if anyone else had bothered to roam these sodden streets, I've never seen enshrouded in night's shadows. Nevertheless, I crept into the ballista, felt for the marble disc, and moved it aside. Beneath, a waterlogged wooden staircase descended into a crypt. It was tight, long forgotten, and choked with mud. I slid down into the slick, inky depths, turned on my flashlight, and looked around. The force of the flood had shattered the soul-weak sandstone sarcophagus inside. Its occupant lay wedged unceremoniously against the wall, its long decayed remains desecrated by the overflowing Arno River. Who this poor fellow was seems to have been lost to time. In the flood, but he was apparently a musician of some kind. A violin smashed and fouled beyond repair was sunk in the mire, but he clutched 2 sheaves of paper, apparently buried within it. They are covered in the ambiguous mud, but may still contain something of historic value. I rescued them from their impartial rebuttal. The stars must know what I am doing, and know that it is right, for they lit the way back to my room without issue. November 12th, 1966. Sometimes the task before us seems impossible, and yet we endure. Each morning the sun chases away the shadows in our minds and hearts, and we toil anew. Having discovered our late composer's works, I knew I had to find a way to clean and restore these papers. I speak to my roommates, and they show me that they're doing it in the library. In a spare storeroom on the upper floor of the library, they have laid out tome upon tome of soiled works, all there to dry slowly. There they let the water evaporate from each book, and then carefully brush away any dirt they can, and then return it to the triage to dry further. It is slow, painstaking work. The 2 set of papers I placed to join the rolls. The first is in abysmal condition, and I would never think it possible to read again. However, after hanging the first few pages on a line, I was able to make out one line towards the very bottom. I'm not sure what it means, but the author said that El Mashrato, the masked one, would pay him once his commission is finished. The second papers weren't paper at all, but vellum, calf skin. Spitzer tells me that they'll need special care since parchment and vellum quickly warp in damp conditions. He takes them into a dry, darkened room and stacks them between wooden panels. Hopefully, they'll be in the condition to be viewed tomorrow. The mud covered the vellum so completely that I could barely make out a title. November 13th, 1966. Sol Golgotha, Italian, on Mount Golgotha. Although I cannot be certain, it looked like it was sheets of music on vellum, a hymn to our Lord as he suffered on the cross. That crucifix's fouled paint flaking off the caustic action of mute, thoughtless nature. It will be returned to its rightful place of worship, but it will never be whole again. I am spending the day resting. Santa Croce is being cleaned, but now that the artifacts have been removed, it is a pure view of the shovelers. We, the Mud Angels, work elsewhere. This mud is everywhere, and we can't even wash it off, really. I'm gonna check the drawing room. The symphony, something feels incomplete. It's not ready yet, still too moist. Golgotha, our Lord, was not the only one crucified that day. 2 thieves were executed with him. Disma, the penitent one, found honor in dying with his God. Gistas, the impotent one, demanded the Lord free them from their just punishment. Both died on their crosses. What happened to their souls, it is not for the mortals like me to know. It must be the music, life and death, codified in sound where words cannot. Close to sundown, dusk has become my most active time. Everyone else is using the last bit of light the sun provides, and I start using the light of the wandering stars in the sky. They know what I've discovered. They proclaim the blossoming of orchestras. I'm going to check in the drawing room. November 14th, 1966. 7 trumpets, 12 apostles, 712 meter. That is the core of the awakening. 1 creature, 7 heads, 10 thorns. That is 18 thrice 6. There was a fire last night in Spitzer's vellum room. He used some of his cleaning solution to try to make a torch, said he had to finish it. Star's light does not penetrate into Spitzer's glorified closet. Electricity is still not back. He could not see that page anymore by night. He promised me that on Mount Golgotha is unharmed. He knows the value of that piece, and he knows how important it is to complete. He says he knows just how. I do not think he is up to the task. I told him I should go there with him. We should finish it together. He stopped to look over to Anderson and refused. Muttered something about containment. All for the best. We still do not have adequate water. The supplies that are brought in are for drinking, not bathing. And so I still feel the strain of all the foul earth upon me. All this black mud, black stains are not appropriate for the hymns to our Lord. I must prepare. If I cannot commit it to vellum, I'll commit the score to my mind. I can complete this. I will be ready. Anderson doesn't trust Spitzer. He's leaving to check on him now. I don't trust Anderson. November 15th, 1966. Panic, chaos, opportunity. Anderson paces back and forth. He keeps speaking into his recorder, keeping the microphone close while the box sits and whirs, mentions how Spitzer is descending into madness. He has locked the door to the vellum drying room, the secrecy to our Lord. He keeps talking about how Spitzer must have been heavily exposed to the quarto. I correct him. There is no quarto. A vellum quarto. Who ever heard of such a thing? Spitzer is handcuffed to the bed. A huge bloody gauze bandage is wrapped around his left arm. Anderson gives him pills to swallow, but Spitzer expectorates them when given half the chance. When he's not flailing against his bonds, he hums to himself and gesticulates into the air. He has seen the fullness of the page. He hears the blessed symphony. He knows the stars call to him. On the very thought that he sees the beyond, hears the clashing symphony. He knows what music we all must bow before in service to him. Does he hold the insight into the hymn of hymns? Anderson just rushed outside, frightful, shouting demands to know when the phones will return. His keys. Anderson fears Spitzer's enlightenment so much he has not seen it rise in me. I'm taking him. Bring Spitzer with me. And again, Spitzer ejected me from his vellum room. How does he know that much karate, judo, kung fu, whatever it's called? He knows it's enough of it to block me and knock me back while bleeding from a gash in his arm. No matter, I am still too unclean for my expeditions. Can I not see our Lord is dismembered, tossed to the four corners of this earth? Only two are left, and they are thieves. November 16th, 1966. Spitzer is dead. He could not finish it. Anderson records the events in the next room. He paces like a caged beast, speaking at a fever pitch. He keeps popping his pills, rambles about mimetic hazards, and amnesiacs. This is not 701. The hazard is visual. Spouting numbers and word salad. How he descended to madness as quickly, I dare not fathom. But no matter, even those stars that have lit my path, their last few nights in my guides through the shadows, they fall with a reddish flare for the might of our Lord. They turn the water back on. I can finally clean myself of this black filth that cakes me. No more mud, no more ink. Now I am free to complete this sacred task with the purity of my being. Our Lord bled for us. Take, drink. It is only fitting that we give ourselves, our body, our blood to him, for sake of symphony. I now finish what I have uncovered. I am worthy. I am unworthy. I cannot finish it.
And that's it. I can't. Well, deep, creepy voice telling the story, then Bright's cheery voice announcing the next chapter. I was gonna do that voice, like this one, but the thing is, I wanted to give a voice to the actual character itself, because it's a journal entry, like a diary or something like that. But yeah, so that's the journal. No, that makes sense, Lo. It just caught me off guard when I logged into stream. Okay. Oh, I found something interesting. What is it, Chew? Share with the classroom what you found. Ooh, creepy story, Bright, happy, chapter 6. Bright, you know there's a reading fun category on Twitch, right? There is? Oh, yeah, there is. Right under reading fun, read and learn Bible. Streamer. Yeah. That's alphabetical for you. It'd be hilarious to see SCP stories right next to Bible stories. Alright, so here's how Jesus was able to slam dunk on top of 682. It seems like it's getting longer and longer. So it may end up being a two-parter. Shut up, Chew. I may have to end up finishing this next time I do SCP story stream. Anyways, so I guess we got more of an idea of the origin of 012. Kinda? It's been a lot. It's been like through multiple places. It looks like it's been in Greece, then to Rome with Nero, to the Deviites, to back to Italy again. It's been a lot of places. Yes, but anyways, are we ready to hear the next part to the storyline? Sure. Alright. Bigger than Jesus. Hello, young lady. What brings you here?
Emma narrowed her eyes slightly at the man before her. The old man had to be in his 80s. He sat at a weathered metal desk with a dusty, barely touched old desktop. It still used a CRT screen, even. Really now, young lady? I have every right to be here just like you. You're lucky you're so ancient. You probably don't know better. Ah, well, I'd better make a good impression anyway. She smiled and responded. I'm junior researcher Emma Stark. And you are? Anderson. Roger Anderson. Welcome to the salt mines. Long-term Archives was, in fact, a former salt mine. The bored-out crystalline walls served to maintain clean air with low humidity, perfect for document storage. The irregular texture of the walls made for a smoothing counterbalance to the antiseptic straightness of the walls and the rest of the facility. Thanks. I'm looking for a file that didn't make it into the 2003 database upgrade. I'm pretty sure it's just in paper. Yes. Here, well, it'll be. Do you have a file number? Designation, it should be SCP 1969-EX. Roger narrowed his eyes. A wry grin twisted across his furrowed mouth. Interesting source. Business or pleasure? Emma blinked and looked at Roger with a start. What? Business? You get requests for otherwise down here? Roger leered slightly. On occasion, we're strictly business down here, but the story of Paul's death always piques interest. Yes, but McCartney didn't die. He's still alive. But back then, it didn't seem so cut and dried as all that. But yes, he's conclusively alive, and that's why the SCP is explained. You're right, it never got into the database when it was concluded that nothing happened. They just stamped and closed the file, and no one bothered to upload it to take up space, pretending it was an anomaly. He didn't even look at his computer or files. Aisle 22, box 431. 4 rows to the right. Show your credentials at the door. And we've got cameras down there, so don't go snooping in other boxes. And don't forget your latex gloves. Emma waved her badge in the front of the door panel. A green light flickered, and Roger pressed a button under her desk. The door opened. Emma entered and oriented herself. The encrusted white ceiling, strung with fluorescent lights, gave an oddly inadequate glow to the metal frame shelves and cardboard boxes. Stacked in endless rows in the cavern, the air was pure mineral dry. She carefully followed his instructions, walked into the aisle, and pulled the heavy box from its shelf. She placed it on the floor and opened it. Inside there was a full set of vinyl records from the Beatles, and original sleeves, multiples. The sleeves are marked up with a series of lines, notes, and questions about the meaning of each element of the artwork. Earlier albums before 1968 showed only a few notes of or marks, and were signed by Cognitohazard Monitoring Division. But the albums were repeatedly chronologically, and each month more and more lines were made. More connections were noted. Sections of the album covers were highlighted, then covered over with stickers labeled Warning mimetic hazard. The frenzy of notes, connections, and redactions over the same identical covers continued until February 1970, when everything just stopped. Tucked toward the back of the box, she found the main file documentation for SCP 1969-EX. Item number SCP 1969-EX. Object class changed from Euclid to Keter to explained. Special containment procedures. No longer needed. Update 11/9/1969. Redacted. Update 3/14/1970. SCP-1969 is no longer considered anomalous and no longer requires containment. All efforts to contain SCP-1969 are to cease, and SCP-1969 is now considered explained. Description: SCP-1969 is a 28-year-old Scottish-Canadian by the name of William Campbell. Through an undetermined regimen of training and meditation, it has managed to take on a perfect resemblance of points of interest 1841-12, also known as Paul McCartney, reformer in the Beatles. SCP-1969 still maintains minor differences from person of interest 1841-12, namely a small surgical scar on its upper lip and right-handedness, while person of interest 1841-12 is left-handed. SCP-1969 completed his anomalous transformation at the Beatles' request to replace person of interest 1841-12 after his death. The morning of November 9th, 1966. The remaining members of the man and their manager, acting to keep news of the death from spreading, bribed the police involved with person of interest 1841-12's fatal automobile accident and hired SCP-1969 surveillance personnel noted that despite the fatal accident, person of interest 1841-12 was seen as continuing to perform in concert and attended recording sessions at Abbey Road Studios. The nature of the anomaly was not determined until SCP-1969 came to the Foundation's attention through the Cognitive Hazard Monitoring Division. The Beatles had already come under higher scrutiny with this simultaneous worldwide release on June 1st, 1967, of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, which, while only scoring 3 on a Carteret scale, itself had a number of symbols and subliminal hints questioning point of interest 1841-12's continued life. The CMD further discovered a hidden phone number on the Magical Mystery Tour soundtrack album cover, released 27 November 1967. Transcript of the phone calls follows. Participants: Field Agent Roger Anderson and point of interest 1969-A, identified by voice to be woman in her late 20s with a West London accent. Person of interest: Hello?
Roger Anderson. Hello. To whom am I speaking? Is this about Pal? Have you received a lot of phone calls, ma'am? Have I received a lot of phone calls? Listen, I've had to deal with every single pampered stoned kid in every university in this country, along with every newsboy hopeful for some scoop, and even ordinary policemen from various precincts casually wondering if I know anything about Paul. Is he dead? How did it happen? I swear, that morbid fascination you get. Wait. Is that bad? Nope. Okay. I just thought to ask. I've never seen that word before, so I just thought to ask. I swear the morbid fascination you Yanks have for the demise of a man who's fucking around this very minute could be physical if it weren't so grotesque. I say the same thing to you as I said everyone else. No, he's not dead. If he were, I should know nothing about it. Now please, do me this kind favor of leaving me alone. Sorry to bother you, ma'am. Have a good day. No, wait. You don't sound university. I'm sorry. Perhaps I'm being rushed. Are you journalists? Are you with the government? No, ma'am. And you can keep a secret, can't you? My business is in keeping secrets. Oh God, I can't just hold it in any longer. Hold what in? I killed him. You killed Paul McCarthy. I didn't mean to. Oh God, I barely remember it at all. I was so drunk and high at the time. Everything feels so unreal. But I was there. I watched him die. I was out walking 5 in the morning, trying to get back home after clubbing too hard. I could barely keep straight. I must have stepped into traffic a half dozen times. Then this cute man drives up beside me, offers me a lift. I was in no condition to refuse. I joined him. I told him where I lived. We started talking. I asked him what he was doing, driving around at this hour. And he talks about how he had a row with his bandmates during the recording session. That's when I realized he was Paul. The Paul. Paul had seen me and picked me up. He was taking me home. Such a gentleman. Lucky. Did you dare say that? When I realized I was in a car with Paul, the Beatles are like gods to me. And here Paul, dear, lovely Paul, had taken notice of me, picked me up. It was my white knight. I had lost control. I started screaming and flying about in excitement. My utter state, I grabbed for him to try to hug him, kiss him, and then we veered off the road and collided with a lamppost and flipped. The police were right there and had pulled me from the wreckage. They set about to freeing Paul when the car exploded. He would still be alive if it weren't for me. I'm sorry. Did the police speak with you any further? I told him my name, Rita, and he dropped me off at home and gave me some pills to swallow to sober up. Strangest thing, their uniforms didn't look like any police. I knew. There was this whole 3-arrow thing, and he kept talking about amnestics. But you still remember everything. Pills didn't make you feel hazy. Did they have a coppery aftertaste? Ex Alice, when she's 10 feet tall. Not sure what all I was on that night. That's different. It's what I thought, but I daren't say anything to anyone before. I was pretty much hid until I received a phone call about a month later. It was John, and he asked me to come down to Abbey Road. What about? I wasn't sure, but when John calls, you answer. I feared the answer. I killed Paul after all. I would have let them do anything to me. I deserved it. But when I got there, he, George, and Ringo greeted me with hugs. They told me not to worry. All is forgiven. Everything was going to be alright. But how could I? But how could it? I killed Paul, my idol, the beloved of millions. He was gone. But that's when they introduced me to William. William? William Campbell, a Canadian's bloke. Sandy brown, wavy hair, wide set gray eyes. John told me he was gonna be the new Paul. They held a look-alike contest and he won. I couldn't believe it. This man was nothing like Paul. When John said they all had a song for me, I told him no. What I did was horrible. They should kill me where I stood, but no, they insisted. And William started singing this song to me. It's on Sergeant Pepper, Lovely Rita. I still can't believe they wrote it. But the strangest thing was that as William sang, his voice changed. His skin tone, eyes, face, body, even his hair color, everything shifted. By the end of the song, he wasn't William anymore. Shifted. Hello, not William. He was Paul. I could have sworn it was Paul all over again. Man whose music I loved, the man who rescued me, gave his life for me that night. He stood before me anew. Hello. Paul, sorry, William, said that he completed the transformation through meditation. John said that they had tried a few other experiments, tried a cardboard cutout for a while, but they really needed a living flesh and blood Paul to continue things. So they found William. A cardboard cutout. It was apparently a really good cardboard cutout, but now they have William. Alright. They swore me to secrecy until later, when they could break the news to the fans. They feared mass suicides. Couldn't let that happen. Needing something quieter, and oh God, I've been living with this massive burden of guilt ever since. Thank you for listening. It has been an honor. But, for all the drama, I suppose it had to happen somehow. I don't know. It's written, or it's karma, or whatever. After all, John did say they were bigger than Jesus. More popular than Jesus, yes.
Right, and of their music, still, only 3 died on the mount that day.
Wait, what?
End log. The phone call was traced to a management office on an abandoned feed lot outside Laramie, Wyoming. No sign of point of interest 1969-1 or working telephone was found. In the present instance of point of interest 1841-12 believed to be Mr. Campbell was given destination SCP 1969. MTF Beta 6 took custody of SCP 1969 and is to believe to be kept for observation. Addendum November 9th, 1969. Despite Foundation custody of SCP-1969, the Beatles continue to release music. MTF Beta 6 note the continued presence of point of interest 1841-12 is at recording sessions. Furthermore, SCP-1969 researchers note that the object does not resemble point of interest 1841-12. Enhanced testing and interviews confirm that Mr. Campbell is not anomalous. He is to be given amnesiacs and released. MTF Beta 6 increases surveillance of point of interest 1841-12 and confirms that he is still alive. The Cognito-Hazard Monitoring Division supports the Beatles' album covers carrying an increasingly virulent mimetic hazard upon review. The CMD hereby revises the Contarita score to 7. Viewing the album covers and discussion with other curious individuals lead to the connection that point of interest 1841-12 was killed on November 9th, 1966. While it can be demonstrated that point of interest 1841-12 continues to live. Given the widespread worldwide distribution of the Beatles album covers, SCP-1969 is expanded to include the mimetic hazard and object class reassigned to Keter. SCP-1969 is an active widespread mimetic hazard of pandemic proportions. MTF Gamma 5 formed to dispense the truth regarding the living status of point of interest 1841-12 worldwide. Field agents are embedded on college campuses to attend meetings and informal discussions regarding the alleged death of point of interest 1841-1. Wait, hold on. I gotta reread a sentence. I lost my place. Sorry. Anyways, field agents are embedded on college campuses and in meetings and formal discussions regarding the alleged death of point of interest 1841-12 and disseminate the truth and present skepticism. Addendum March 14th, 1970. MTF Gamma 5 reports high levels of success in combating SB-1969. A photo spread in Life magazine showing the continued life of point of interest 1841-12 was demonstrated complete inoculation of the mimetic hazard. The ease of removal of the hazard indicates that it is non-anomalous in nature and can be attributed to mass hysteria. SCP-969 is considered explained. Emma looked up from her readings. Something wasn't right. She pulled out the documentation closed the box, placed it back on a shelf, and jogged back out to the reception room. She tossed the papers on Roger's desk. You're Roger Anderson. You're supposed to shove the file when you're done with it. Emma slammed a hand down on the papers. You're Roger Anderson, and I'm not done with the file. Roger shook his head and allowed himself a sheepish smirk. I am. I was in cog hands at the time. I worked in 1969. Hey, I forgot to ask an excitement of you looking up my work. For the record, which object are you assigned to? How did you start looking for 1969? Emma stared at Roger for a moment. Is he trying to change the subject? No more about 1969. I can still ask. I'm on SCP-012. I was... Oh, for the love of 12. It's always 12. Roger buried his face in his hands. 12 is the reason I transferred to Cog Odds. In the first place, lost partner and a good friend to 12. Emma peered into Roger's craggy face. You're Anderson? Anderson and Spitzer Anderson? Roger nodded. Leon Spitzer, damn fine partner. Drinking buddy, confident, all stripped away into a paranoid mess by a damn piece of sheet music. I was popping amnesiacs like Tic Tacs when I realized what was going on. I never actually saw the vellum of the mud off. But one tip, miss, don't abuse amnesiacs ever. Resolved to be regaled and rambling old man tales, she corrected. Amnestics? Amnestics, amnesiacs, whatever. I know that they reformulated them a few years back. It reminded everyone that they are really called amnestics. But we're all used to calling them amnesiacs, even if it wasn't right. But I panicked when I realized what was happening in Leon. We were influenced to pick up a copy of 0701, which is safe to look at and read, so we weren't expecting something as insidious as 12. When I realized that 12 had changed Leon, I started recording everything. I knew that made myself an amnesiac cocktail. I lost my best friend and half my childhood that day. Do you know how horrible it feels to go visit your family for Christmas and realize you can't remember your mother's name? Terrible. When I got back, I got put in for transfer to Cog-Hans. I was gonna let another 12 sit past me again. I also got medical orders. Never to take amnesiacs again. Emma wondered. But when you retire... Roger shut her down with a wave of his hand. I ain't retiring. Had to give up that possibility just to avoid that retirement party to drink. Okay. That's to avoid a retirement party drink. That's why I'm down here in the archives now. I do run down for anything actually anomalous. So I get to sit down here in the salt and reminisce. Most days, it's good for my lungs. Slow pace, slow risk, best retirement I could ask for. Silence passed between them. Roger sat contently while Emma leaned against the desk, half sitting on it. She squirmed and looked around, noticing the paper under her hand. Now, about Paul. You still haven't answered why you want to look up 1969. Don't think I've forgotten. I'm old. But not senile, Miss Stark. Roger interrupted with a wink. Emma rolled her eyes and sighed. Okay, I was looking over KM's Sandoval's journal for clues about what 012 was doing. I didn't see anything but
I didn't see anything, but there was this note about how he alluded to Paul's death on the night it was supposed to happen. So I looked for any records we might have on Paul's death. I learned about SCP 1969-EX, so here I am.
Roger's eyes sharpened in response.
Sandoval talked about McCarthy's death, and he was supposed to have died while we were in Florence.
Emma pulled out her tablet and presented it to him.
I took a picture. See the note in the margin regarding McCarthy?
Roger pored over the tablet, pulled his desk lamp close over it, cursed the clashing lights, pushed away and read carefully, mumbling to himself.
Looks like Wortham's writing. He knew more about 1969 than any of us. If anyone knew the particulars of McCarthy's death, it was him. But if this really is his journal, you're right. Sandoval was talking about when McCarthy died. Maybe that's why Rita mentioned Golgotha. But according to this, he hadn't found 12 yet. How could he have known about Paul died that night 1,000 miles away?
Emma looked askance at Roger. Roger gave Emma a blank stare.
No. No, pardon that.
Emma leaned back into her questions. What's the problem with the documentation? If Paul never died, he was William Campbell.
Why did you like him? Why did you pick him up? What was that phone call with Rita all about? None of this makes sense. I just assumed to Wortham and went ahead with it. You don't contradict the site director.
Emma tapped a few figures into her head.
There we go. Alright.
Emma tapped a few fingers on her tablet.
No, it's not SCP 1841. That's a travel guide or something. Can't be. It had to do with mass hysteria, God. French list. If I remember correctly, died with him. Wait, 1969 got reused, right? How about, here it is. SCP 1841-EX. Your 1841's explained in database. Explained? When did that happen? Read it to me.
Emma looked at Roger in disbelief from his request, but shook her head and went through the record with him, including the agenda. Stopping for a moment afterward, she mused.
This doesn't help this case a bit.
Roger scowled.
So, Wortham pulled a full ricer on an article.
What do you mean?
Well, you know how stuff is redacted and expunged or behind an access code, well, when we're not supposed to know about something, right? Well, that little redacted sign let us know that there's something in fact there. We're just not supposed to see it. But sometimes someone pulls strings to make sure we aren't allowed to know that there's hidden information. What do those agendas say? It tells us that they completely changed the article, made it look complete. That way, we walk away thinking that it's neutralized last century when it's still alive. Or it's still active.
Emma sighed.
I'm more concerned that if 1841 is explained, then 1969 suddenly can't be mass hysteria. Suddenly it's not explained.
Roger hardened his jaw and swallowed.
So Paul really didn't die.
Emma jumped up and paced.
No, we know he didn't die. The only way this makes sense is if we know he died, then no, he didn't die. Which is it?
Roger laughed.
Maybe both.
What?
Listen, as far as the rest of the world is concerned, Paul never died. Everyone went crazy when one file saw stuff that wasn't there. And then we all wised up. But Beta 6 involvement, Campbell, Redacom, none of them would have gotten down that way if we didn't have inclusive knowledge that Paul did die. on November 9th, 1966. So maybe he was dead, but now he isn't. Stranger things have happened, you know.
Emma stopped pacing and leaned forward against the desk, a knot forming in her stomach.
What are we talking about? Resurrection? They were bigger than Jesus, right? More popping than Jesus.
Roger corrected. Realization passed over his face.
Oh, Rita, listen. Have you got the 12 documentation? Show me the full record. I'm still cleared for it. No amnesiacs, remember?
Emma passed her tablet to Roger. He squinted to read the screen, but got through the short documentation quickly.
Where's the rest of it? That's it. No, this is all kinds of inaccurate. Really?
Emma took the tablet back and looked over it again.
I know I've been waiting to update it with some of the most recent results, but you're still suspending it from the ceiling in its own room so people can't look at it, right? Yes? The way it reads, it's not Euclid. It's safe. You stick it in a locker, forget about it. You don't go through out of trouble in your own room. Leave it where someone has any chance to see it at some weird angle.
The knot tightened further in her stomach. She felt her insides grow cold. Roger continued.
And how many people is the music now? We had 5 when I stopped working with it. How many now? We, 1,017? I mean, no, 117? 117, all in blood. Even when ink is provided?
Emma didn't like where this was going. Getting words out was getting harder.
Yes? And do all the pages carry the cog has?
Emma blushed and shrunk.
No, just 10 of them. Don't you think this is all important documentation?
Yes, sir.
And what's this about a recent storm? Did the 1966 Florence flood seem recent to you? Or just a storm?
Emma was on the verge of tears.
No. Miss Stark, this documentation isn't accurate. So documentation, accurate misleading.
In a small voice, she responded,
I'll fix it. I want to fix it.
Roger stopped realizing what he was doing. He swallowed and took a deep breath.
Damn you, 12. He softened his tone. No, it's not your fault. What I'm saying is that 12 is receiving the full RISA like 1841.
Emma's encroaching dread dissolved.
What? Are you sure?
Emma fixed Emma with a steely gaze.
Yes, read the journal again. Sandoval was affected and had to find 12 before he knew about it. You know you can't just stick it in a locker. You know, it's Euclid.
Emma, confused, and replied,
Can we put it in a locker? For a bit, but people know about it. And when you know about it, they want to do more with it. They put it back out, get ready to change things and say more about it. Heck, I was almost shouting at you just now. How many people have read that? How many have loved it? Does it deserve that love? Does documentation deserve so much attention? And how many want nothing more than to rewrite it? They know how to fix it. They know how to complete it, and yet they cannot.
Emma's eyes widened.
Oh my god. Is that why we keep testing with it? Is that why we can't put it away? We're all affected by it? We want to display it?
Roger nodded.
I bet so. It's not a strong effect. It can be resisted, but it's alluring. It's sexy, even when presented with some crappy, inaccurate documentation. Something about it sings in your soul. You just know how powerful it is. It's compelling. You want it to work with you. That's why it's Euclid.
And someone doesn't want anyone to notice. Emma started wondering. She's been working with this item for a year now. Who's hiding the truth from her, from the Foundation? Who's trying to make sure no one knows anything more about it? Why? Was it the scrap of music people love?
Wertam? Wertam's dead. No, it's got to be someone else.
And who?
No clue, but you need a chance to meet with someone with some other old timers. Someone's got to know something about 12 being 12. Someone's just dying to spill his guts about it. I got an invite to Dr. Califano's retirement party next week. Come with me. We'll get some answers.
Emma straightened. Okay.
Yes. I gotta get back to work. What happened about 1969 and all that? It's a crapshoot, but I'm betting on 12. And now it's bigger than Jesus. It's bigger than Jesus. All done. I'll be right. So, check. Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta get a drink. Cause my throat's a little iffy. Not bad. I can still read, but I need to get water or something. Alright, I'm back. Yeah. Alright. So, the next one. Damn, too quick. The next one is not as long, but it's most likely going to be the last part we're going to hear tonight. Hi, Bookworm. But so far, I'm liking this collection of stories connected to each other. It's kind of interesting. Hey, everyone ready for the final story tonight? Hey, time to read the story.
A convincing liar. The concert hall was silent, expectant. Emma looked out, dazzled by the stage lights. If there was an audience out there, it was shrouded in the blackness beyond. Blackness like the mouth of a deep pit, like an open throat ready to. The soft rustle of her silk dress brought Emma back. She felt herself take a performer's stance. Feet shoulder width, knees slightly bent, shoulders relaxed. There was no music stand in front of her, No score. She didn't need it. In front of the darkened hall, Emma was ready. She stole a glance to her left. From here, the conductor's face was a blur in her peripheral vision, but she could make out his black tail suit, the sharp tip of his baton. It motioned in rapid circles, and Emma could feel the unseen orchestra beyond it as it stretched itself and then coiled, ready to spring. The baton seemed to sense it too, snapping to a quivering pause like a hare at full alert, sensing an unseen threat. The moment stretched endlessly, the bright stage enveloping, dark all on the razor's edge. Emma felt a prickling at the nape of her neck. And suddenly they were off, the batons leaping upbeat, and the orchestra giving chase to a sharp scherzo. In her focus, the music seemed to flow around Emma without reaching her, leaving only the sounds of its creation. The blowing of air into woodwinds, the scrape of bowing and shuffling of fingers on valves and keys and strings. A tide of shadowy noises swept past without the sounds it formed. Emma could feel the music, its drive, its urgency, its sinuous scuttling. But she could not hear it. Her cue was coming. The intensity of the orchestra was rising, and a frenzy rushed. From the corner of her eye, Emma saw the conductor half turn and breathe deeply. The baton flashed down at her like a lightning strike, and Emma opened her mouth to sing. No sound came out. Emma's hand sprang reflexively to her throat. Her eyes widened, the skeletal sounds of the orchestra. The music she could not hear pressed onward heedlessly. Emma could see the baton crash down towards her again and again, and felt the weight of the cavernous darkness beyond, the stage pressing upon her. Her fingers clutched her voice box as if to squeeze out her trapped voice. Nothing. Panic, Emma crawled at her throat, her nails gouging the soft flesh around her larynx. Her breathing was ragged, and she gagged as she gripped harder, pulling the slick fingers. Blood ran down her neck, both inside and out. The taste of the acrid of the back of her mouth. The spotlights blazed, the orchestra plunged onwards. The baton fell on her a final time, and Emma clenched her hand and ripped it away from her throat, feeling the cartilage tear and seeing pink ribbons trail wetly behind. As the silent maelstrom behind her reached a climax, she held her bloodied, mangled larynx aloft. Dripping flesh and gore, it pulsed in her hand, and Emma heard it scream. She woke to the sound of a soft, high-pitched buzzing, and the sight of a middle-aged man leaning down with a concerned expression.
Don't try to get up. Waking you with tone K can leave you a little unsteady. Can you tell me your name?
The man flicked a switch on the device he was holding, and buzzing stopped. The device, which looked like a cross between a pistol and a miniature bullhorn, slid back into its holster on the man's belt, and Emma noticed his uniform. A mobile task force officer. Junior researcher Emma Stark, who are you?
Commander Samuel Richards, ma'am. Task Force Ada 11.
We have Ada 11? Are you related to Sino Eve? Emma trailed off as she saw the man's jaw stiffen, gray, stubble sharp against his skin. She looked away and noticed the dimly lit room beyond the first time. The Robinson retirement party was secured by site security officers and a few other MTF agents helping dazed-looking researchers to their feet.
What happened? You tell us.
A woman's voice answered, and Emma turned to see another MTF agent. A slim Asian woman with thick streaks of gray hair at her temples.
30 visitors fell asleep simultaneously. Was this the most boring party ever?
Emma shook her head slowly.
I'm sorry, I don't remember. I was here with Roger, and then I had an awful nightmare. Most likely someone spiked the punch,
said Commander Richards.
It's luckily you weren't all lying here for hours. We have Hennessy to thank for that.
He indicated another MTF agent across the room, a stocky older man who waved back in acknowledgement. Emma felt bewildered. Hennessy looked in his late 60s, far too old to be a task force. But she managed a weak, "Thank you."
We can't heal you.
Commander Richards was curt.
He's been deaf for 30 years.
But he's a good lip reader, added a woman gently, helping Emma to her feet.
And deafness can be an advantage in this job.
I'm not sure I understand. What job?
Mobile Task Force 8 and 11. Specialist in auditory, sonic, and musical anomalies.
Commander Richards sounded proud, Emma thought, but this was also a little defensive. Musical? Because my nightmare... No, wait, can I ask you about... Emma gasped as she was cut off by a sudden shout from across the room. One of the site security officers was spinning around like he had been stung.
What the hell? Who did that?
Richards took 2 strides forward.
Officer? Remain calm. What did you see? Sir, I didn't see anything, but I ran into something. I swear it. No one move, I assure, officer.
The security officer nodded, eyes wide.
There's nothing here with us, sir.
The room fell silent. Emma turned her head, frankly searching in half-light for a threat. There was nothing. Her breathing quickened, and she felt the Asian woman's hands on her shoulder. Another MTF agent, a whirly buzz-cut woman in her 40s, chimed in.
Sir, I think he's right. I felt something earlier, but wasn't sure. Thank you, Agent D.
Richards looked sharply back at Emma.
You said nightmares. I am still afraid.
Emma could hardly speak. Suddenly, Richards' eyes focused in the corner behind her, and he pulled the device from his belt and aimed it past her shoulder, pulling the trigger. It sounds like being put inside of a bell. Emma felt her head vibrating with shock of the noise. Then all she could hear was a high-pitched whine of silence. She staggered and turned away, and in the darkened corner before her, she saw it. It was splayed on all fours like a lizard, skinny limbs almost blue-white. Its head was upturned and challenged, but where its face should be was a blank sheet of skin. The creature swayed sinuously as if looking for escape. Emma half heard shouts from behind her. Site security officers rushed past her with tasers lit, and Emma felt the Asian woman pull her back. Ringing in her ears started to clear as she looked up at Commander Richards, who was barking instructions to the room.
SCP-932. Invisible until sound waves hit them. Hennessy, D, you know the drill. Set your resonators to 152 Hz, around the 100 dBs. Switch visual to sonar. If you spot anything less than 5 feet tall, light it up. Take the officers. They can't bag them for containment.
Richards looked down at the Asian agent with Emma.
Shall take her back to Shall take her back to quarters. She's too scared to stay here. Those things feed on fear. Right. You 3 with me.
As the commander strode away, Agent Shao smiled down at Emma.
It's going to be fine, honey. Here, put these in. I've always kept a spare pair.
Emma looked at the earplugs in her hand, green LEDs winking on one side. She pressed them into her ears and looked quizzically at Xiao. Her hearing didn't seem muffled. The agent had pulled on her goggles and was scanning the room, sound gun raised.
Come on, she said. Let's get out of here.
The corridors felt interminable as Agent Xiao stepped slowly ahead of her, scanning each intersection, carefully and waving the security officers onwards. Emma couldn't bear any more silence. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm in an imposition, she ventured.
Not at all,
said Xiao without turning.
Don't let the commander give you long impression. He just has us highly strung, and you ought to know how he feels about 8 or 10. See no evil, I just thought, I know it, honey. Well, it's been a long time since we were in that league.
Xiao held up a hand, checked a room to the side, then continued.
They get all oppressed, the manpower, the budget, but can you do? America's get custody of the most of the musical memes and auditory skips just don't get as much attention. The commander knows it. 8 to 11 is totally fading out.
She sighed softly.
But what about tonight? Without you, they would never catch those things.
Agent Xiao laughed, a light thrilling.
That's so sweet, dear.
But this is our first action in more than 18 months. If Hennessy hadn't been at your party, it probably wouldn't have been us at all. She stopped at the doorway of a wide hall. Wait, could you see that?
What?
The room ahead was a blank gray.
Oh, well, here it goes.
Xiao fired a resonator, swore to herself, and fired again. Emma had braced for a noise, but this time the tone was no more than a loud hum. She had no trouble hearing Xiao's voice over the repeated notes blasting into the hall.
Earplugs working. I should be bringing everything down to it. Damn it, slippery little. To around 60 decibels without reducing. Aha, gotcha.
2 more of the pale faceless children were revealed in the room ahead. The security officers leapt forward, grabbing the entities and pulling out flex cuffs. Agent Sal nodded to them and let Emma down 2 further corridors, finally arriving into a bright dormitory. The room was typical MTF layout, couches, monitors, and basic kitchenette. Although the speaker set up in the corner looked rather elaborate, Emma could see through half-open doors to a room full of bunks, and another with racks of equipment. Her impression was interrupted by a grinning face that popped out from behind one of the computer screens.
Hey, we have a visitor. I'm Mike Carter.
He was young, younger than Emma, early 20s maybe.
Hi, I'm Emma Stark. Nice to meet you, Emma. Welcome to the Leia Savage Beats. Mike, you know the commander doesn't like that nickname.
Xiao slumped on a couch, loosening her boots and motioned Emma to an arm's chair.
Well, it's the only one we have. Other than old Futz,
said Xiao.
Mike's the only recruit we've had in 25 years. God knows why he joined. Because we get the best tunes around here, that's why.
Mike laughed and fixed Emma with an enthusiastic stare.
Hey, what makes you into Rush, Grateful Dead?
I've heard of them. Emma ventured.
No, of course. Radiohead, Tupac. I've had some Tupac verses I bet you've never heard. Mike, stop trying to get Ever to listen.
Agent Xiao was caught off by Hennessy, who stumbled into the room out of breath. He smiled at his squad mates and again when he saw Emma. "Thank you so much for rescuing me," Emma signed to him, and his smile grew broader. "You're very welcome." Agent Shao shot Emma a look. "You know Ada Cell? My younger brother had otitis, so I had to learn." "You don't want to join us, do you?" Turning back to Hennessy, Shao asked, "How many did you catch?" Hennessy put 2 fingers, then reached into his pocket, producing a CD, and handed it to Mike with a flourish. "I found this at the party. Could be relevant." "You found it where?" Mike looked confused. "You have to go slower for me, H." "See," said Shao, ignoring Mike's mock scowl. "It'll be more use to us than him. We need someone new to join before they all die off." She looked at Hennessy and sighed. "Sorry." "Have to go sometime." He sighed back cheerfully before walking into the equipment room. "What about the other agent?" said Emma. "Agent D? She's not that old." Emma watched Mike and Shao exchange meaningful glances. Agent Shao began carefully. Agent D isn't really Sandra's name. Well, neither is Sandra. It's more of a nickname, I guess. Mike jumped in. "They say D's not a noun. It's a personnel class." Emma was shocked. "You have a D class on an NTF?" "I told you it was short-handed," said Shao. "And we've known Sandy for years. She's been with us since she was Mike's age. We trust her." "Not to mention, she still holds the record for most 092 instances tested without fatality," added Mike. Emma's mind was whirling with questions, but as she was about to ask another, Mike interrupted. "Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil." Sorry. Agent D slouched over through the doorway, followed closely by Commander Richards, who gave a taut smile to his motley MTF. "Good work, agents. Site security has confirmed recovery of all 932 instances. I'll be submitting my incident report tomorrow, so no need to send me your sections before then. Don't forget to submit any evidence from the scene for filing." Richards tilted his hawkish face towards Emma. "And it looks like we can get you back to your evening, ma'am. I'm sure Roger Anderson is keen to know that you're safe." "Actually, Commander, do you mind if I ask a question? It's just, I never knew that we had I've never had the chance to meet a team of specializing in musical anomalies." Commander Richards waited impassively. Emma stood up, looking around to the gathered agents. "So for my first research project, I've been assigned to SCP-012, and there are some things about it that don't make any sense." "You're asking the wrong people. 12 looks like music, yes, but it's a visual hazard, not an auditory one." But it could be an auditory if someone performed it." "They tried that. It was just a cacophonous mess, so they gave up. In fact, probably the only person alive who has heard it can't hear anything anymore." Richards nodded to Hennessy, who was leaning in the doorway to the equipment room. He smiled ironically and sighed. "I sometimes wish I had gone deaf before I had to supervise that test." Emma could feel her frustration building. "But that was an unfinished section. It might sound very different when it's finished, and it is very close. In fact, I think it might want to be finished." Agent Shao had started to ask her a question when Mike interrupted with a yell. "Holy crap, guys! Look at this!" His startled face was lit by the computer screen. "The CD you found us at the party, H? It has some serious memetics on it." Agent Carter, you know you're not permitted to view anomalous materials here without authorization. Sorry, sir, but this is just way too weird to wait. Agent Shao and Hennessy crowded behind him as Mike pointed to the screen. You see this? I split out a single line from that track, which seems normal enough. I clicked the mouse, and the room filled with the sound of a stringed instrument being plucked and a ponderous chromatic melody. Sounds odd, says Agent D. A zither? No, said Zhao. You can hear the plectrum. It sounds like a feel of strings. My Willalaya. Whatever, that's not the point. Mike sounded impatient. The point is that there's literally like 100 of these melodies all wrapped together playing at once. And when I ran it through to check for cog hazards, the scanner went off the charts. Shao stood reading the screen over Mike's shoulder. The overlapping patterns of the signals associated with relaxation, stability, and somnolence. So now we know why the party went to sleep. D shot back. But that's not all, said Mike. After about 10 minutes of that, the patterns changed completely. Polytonal, atonal, what sounds like someone hitting the side of an instrument, scratching it, it goes haywire. And the resultant sound texture is designed to be processed by the thalamus as a signal to amygdala. Charles looked up in shock. It's designed to make the listener afraid. No, sighed Hennessy. All the listeners were asleep. This is designed to give them nightmares. Emma, what did you say your dream was about? Emma noticed that everyone in the room was staring at her. All the fear for dream, that silent, bloody performance came flooding back. Jesus Christ, said Agent D. SB-932 feeds on fear. Someone let those things out deliberately. That's speculation, said Commander Richards coolly. To what end? I think someone wanted to kill a researcher, sighed Hennessy, and they were prepared to murder everyone at that party to do it. Emma started to shiver and then jumped as an alarm blared above her head. Sir, containment breach. I see, Agent. Looks like they want us again. Get into the details through now. Emma watched intently as the commander's eyes widened. Multiple anomalies. SCP-126, 1493, 1860, 2337, all loose. God damn it. And the noise has caused 339 to breach. Right. Carter, Hennessy, go to level 7 and bring extra hearing protection for the gods. Shall D, get the silencer and head for the K sector. I'll be down there shortly, and be careful. For the second time that night, the MTF stirred into action. Emma saw Mike swing his arms in a huge clap as he leapt from his chair, beaming madly. Let's do this, baby. We're getting the band back together. 2 minutes later, in the empty dormitory, Emma thought, or maybe the orchestra is just tuning up. And that's it of Convincing Liar. So now, someone's laying out anomalies. Yeah. So let's do.
Right? Go ahead and do your last night bright sleep. Well, night Adurna. Go ahead and do your last words, Bookworm. And here's the raid words. Oh, god damn it. It didn't keep the space, interspaces. Oh well, I guess Twitch doesn't do that shit. That's annoying. Wait, I'm gonna try something. Nope, it doesn't. Fuck you, Twitch. No, I just have double raid words. Yeah. Dual raid words now. So now, I'm just waiting on your final words for the stream. Once you're ready, Bookworm, we can raid. Like, well, I mean, gotta do your final words first. Just waiting on the words of the Bookworm. Just the waiting, the waiting.
Like, comment, subscribe, and follow Bright for more creepy SCP stories. Give her money if you can to support her.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, alright, so my final words are, yeah. Okay, that's fair. So I just do channel with stick to yes. Can't get bits right now. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I decided that after the crowd control, like, I'm still gonna have crowd control streams, but after the crowd control streams that I have scheduled, I'm gonna start pushing, mainly doing horror-oriented content and SCP-oriented content over any other content. Doesn't mean I'm stopping Power Wash Simulator, I'm stopping Minecraft or anything. It's just that you're gonna see fewer and fewer and fewer of that. Yeah, so that's basically what's gonna happen. It's time to lean into your branding. Yeah. Yeah. So I've been unprofessional for way too long, and I need to start fucking acting like I should. Anyways. Alright, Danger Noodles, I wish I could go longer and maybe finish this, but I didn't realize how long it was gonna be. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. Hopefully the next time we get into this, we can finish it. And, I'll see you Danger Noodles next time for your next mission. As we go to raid Elithix. In case you don't know what the raid words are, here they are a third time. Alright. Anyways, everyone ready? And this is my version. Oh my god. Alright. In 3, 2, 1.